I'm heading south to the shore.
Right? The braided are slowly digested and turned into nutrients. The table is a terrifying presence for the insect Digimon that coexist in the same area.
It's always funny to me when people complain that a manga is unoriginal simply by taking inspiration from other sources. Especially because I thought it was pretty evident that every mangaka does this in some shape or form. Kishimoto, the creator of Naruto, might be one of the biggest culprits of this, yet Naruto is deservedly an absolutely beloved manga, even though a lot of elements can be traced back to Yoshihiro Togashi and Yu Yu Hakusho. The concept of chakra as a source of power and an element of combat is if we go even deeper, Kurama, one of the main characters in Yu Yu Hakusho, links his spirit energy to create plants and life. Like, gee, does that sound familiar? Or how about Hiei, a dark, brooding, powerful ally to the main character that also has a hidden eye ability? Come on, even Kishimoto himself said that Hiei was a direct inspiration for creating Sasuke. And don't even get me started on Hunter x Hunter and Naruto's supremacies either. It's always funny to me when people complain that a manga is unoriginal simply by taking inspiration from other sources. Especially because I thought it was pretty evident that every Naruto might be one of the biggest culprits. Yet Naruto is deservedly an absolute people love to talk about a lot of them. That we go even deeper, Rama, one of the main characters, the Hakusho, was manipulated in and life. That sounds familiar? How about Hiei, a dark, brooding, powerful ally to the main character that also has a hidden eye ability? Come on, even Kishimoto himself said that.
Oh, Citrina, what velvety ambrosia is this? Your poison and the sweet sleep that follows. Oh, please, let me hear your voice.
Make stop. Don't turn the poor thing into a god.
of her poison. Soon I will hear her voice. Let me be. I won't be long. Oh, you mustn't follow St. Trina's point. It must be me. I'll thank you not to lie to me. I am the chosen, not you. Only I can doze off in the sea of St. Trina. Why would you hear her voice when I cannot? If you should utter these cruel untruths to me again, I will be held responsible.
The cage divinity is beyond saving.
Never utter these cruel. Please, I cannot believe, and I will stand for it.
You must kill Miguel. Grant him forgiveness.
I will never forgive you. For your trespass, you will know my poison.
You must kill Miguel. Granted.
Go be.
Warrior true. In a time long past, the foul traitor assailed our master and become a sworn enemy of the group. Since that day, Bane and his bloodline, the Drakes, have served as sacrifices for Dragon Queen, land-bound warrior. My lord, Plasiusax, has shown your kind what must be done. Seek communion. Feel the euphoria over Dragon's essence. Take in a time of the far becoming since that day, Bane and his
Out is born. Out is born. Whoa, Erdtree. Oh, Erdtree.
This is the line that harkens back, for me, to the very first moment I really fell in love with this story. Back when Ed told Rose to pick herself up and said that she should be grateful that she has two strong legs that can lift her up and take her to where she needs to be, I didn't realize then how much a sentence like that would mean in the broader context of this story, and in many ways, it reminded me quite a lot of a similar moment that occurs in Berserk towards the end of its very first arc. And it just goes to show, once again, that the healing hand, the kindness that so many might colour in the older generation as weakness, can not only change the quality for one person's life, but, as Rose says, can indirectly save the lives of hundreds, maybe even thousands. That's a brilliant moment, and one that Arakawa really brought to life in just one short sentence. It's beautiful. And, oh yeah, here's an army of creepy, lifeless dolls. Yeah, that's not good. But you know what is good? Greed. But, okay, not literally the person. And I'm so happy because, like, I was always a fan of Greed, the character, not the thing yet, the character. Even on day one, I was a fan of him. I was all in on this character. Loved his vibe, but then he died. Big sad, right? But now he's back with his original memories and full-blown anti-hero. There's an absolutely epic conversation or confrontation between Greed and Edward that takes place right at the end of Volume 20. And in it, as a really nice contrast to Greed and Edward's last encounter, where Ed absolutely disregarded any and all consideration of working with him, right now Ed puts his pride to the side and agrees to be his henchman, lowering himself. And the quotes, man, the quotes are fantastic. Greed says, "Are you sure you won't regret it?" Meaning this decision, to which Ed responds, "Don't insult me. My whole life's been a lesson on regret." Man, I just love this story. I love these characters, and right now, all of them are spread out across the world, the map of this world that Arakawa has built for us, readying themselves to come together for that fabled Day of Reckoning. I don't think a story has made me feel this way before. Behind me, as many of you know, is a bookcase filled with, frankly, far too many manga. Stories that artists and writers have dedicated their lives to tell. They are the result of thousands of hours of blood, sweat, and tears being poured into a passion project, the likes of which neither I nor those who are even long-time fans can truly fully appreciate. When I started to review other series on this channel outside of Dragon Ball, I preemptively purchased a host of other popular series, and since then, have expanded my collection to include even more. This is all to say that for years, this story, Full Metal Alchemist, has just been sitting behind me, waiting for me to finally find the time to give it the attention that it deserved. And now, having finally closed the book on the final chapter of this breathtaking series, I find myself now glancing behind me more and more at the stories I've yet to read, thinking, just how many of these are hiding masterpieces beneath their covers. But I digress. How do I feel after having finished Full Metal Alchemist? Did I think Hiromu Arakawa delivered a conclusion worthy of this exceptional and personal story? What did I think of Full Metal Alchemist? What a question. I'm going to try my best to cover the final 7 volumes of manga I read this week to bring this series to a close in a satisfying fashion. And trust me, given the amount of material I have to cover this week, make sense of, break down, and give my thoughts on, it'll be a miracle if I do manage to make it to the finish line without missing something someone out there enjoys. This is to say that Full Metal Alchemist isn't a trite or shallow work of art, but instead one that can be enjoyed by 100 different people in 100 different ways. And that's according to the author herself, so don't shoot the messenger. To tell you the truth, I've spent the last week contemplating how I want to express myself concerning this section of the story, this series, and specifically how it executed those last few chapters and how they made me feel. Oftentimes, in these deep dives into a particular author's work, I like to dig into the backstory of the creator in question and see how their lives might have shaped the person they became and ultimately the story they decided to tell and craft. In the same way Naruto was inspired by Kishimoto's own life experience, and Hunter x Hunter at times might have been a reflection of Togashi's inner turmoil at the time, I think Full Metal Alchemist is a projection of how a farm-loving country girl in northern Japan saw and interpreted the world. The more I read about this woman, the more I realized that she's an artist in the truest sense of the word. A student not just of drawing or traditional means, but of people. She understands people. She's the sort of person to recognize her own conviction and pursue a career writing shonen as a woman, something at the time and even today wasn't and still isn't considered commonplace. She's someone that wrote her story with a clear understanding that, just like life, everyone who took the time to read this story will likely come away with their own unique impression, and she welcomed that. Much like the people of Jing in her story, she very much seems like the sort of person not to talk in absolutes but to feel the rhythm of the world or the pulse of her own story, allowing her characters to dictate the conclusions without having hardline bullet points she needed to hit. And it's that nuance that I believe takes this series from a great shonen story and elevates it to one of the very best of all time, without question. The 7 deadly sins of this story have been framed as villains from the very beginning, but in the end, they aren't. In fact, there really isn't any hardline villain or hero in this story beyond that of the struggle between virtue and selfishness. And on the topic of the sins, or homunculi themselves, I very much like how Arakawa has chosen to explore the nuances of them as not only characters but narrative devices themselves. Not pushing the portrayal that they are absolute representations of evil in this world, but that they are a reflection of our humanity ourselves. That there are ways to express these desires in a positive fashion, proving that what makes human beings equal parts special, wonderful, and terrifying is that we all have the power to be evil or good if we so choose. Greed, as she points out, can be analogous to that of hope. Wrath can be channeled not to kill, but to instead incite change, etc. And it's that nuance that's permeated this story that has, in my opinion, elevated it beyond what it could have otherwise been. It's that realism, those dark undertones everyone loves in this story that I feel stand and speak to the themes Arakawa has been trying to implement and express throughout its runtime and page count. Gluttony and Pride versus Everyone. Within many other stories, this scene might be considered again one of the strongest scenes or fights offered in its production, but in Arikawa's Full Metal Alchemist, it's just another day at the office. While this is a rather pivotal and intricate combat encounter for our heroes with some genuinely high stakes, it's worth mentioning that even the smaller scale encounters from this story have offered a host of heart and imagination, the likes of which I never expected before picking this series up. Contained within this fight, while there are certainly very obvious badass offerings, such as Al being manipulated like a puppet by Pride as a reunification of the two brothers, the nighttime setting offering a host of unique opportunities to use lesser known skills like Lane, manga, you know, I'm here for it. While all of those obvious aspects are, of course, there, and certainly already spoken about them at length already, I feel that it's I look back at the material now from the off this video, finished reading. I'm happy I took that note because it all matches something I noticed much later. Father, okay, I can't keep calling this guy father, that feels way too different. Not the affinity for lust and a relationship with him, feels like having mother, son, trying to track father figures. Envy and greed are clearly teenagers. Heck, between teenage and sloth is the dog? Okay, I don't know, with that one it kind of falls apart, but I like to think something like this was intended. As we continue on into volume 22 with this, I noticed something that I almost missed when I was reading through it the first time, and that thing was this wonderful touch Arikawa added to Greed's dialogue. You might have noticed that every time Ed refers to one of the two chimeras in his stead, he calls them either Lion Guy or Gorilla Man or something like that. No matter what, he never calls them by their real names, and honestly, at that point in the story, even I, who takes notes, didn't recall their names either. We just didn't think of it as, important. However, and this is gorgeously subtle, Reed, despite being a debaucherous, outspoken blowhard, doesn't call them fake open water. Every single time he refers to them by their real name. It's creative. It almost feels like the character of Reed, but they realize that Reed is being incredibly authentic with what he's doing. It's a wonderful live, very I love this creative, and it's just yes, his. Hohenheim and Al's plan is equally amazing. Al is an absolute savage here, using himself as live bait to trap Pride inside the rocks with him. And over the last week, I think I figured out what makes Al specifically engaging characters. For as long as I can remember, I've been a fan of active characters. Characters like Yuki, Loki, Vegeta, Naruto, Eren, Protagonist, the story from the form started to create interest for us as readers as a result. They all have wildly different but natural charisma. Because when they are on the screen, the story happens. Alphonse Elric is not a protagonist, or at the very least, is not a natural fit for one, I think. Edward so naturally fits this description, however. It's his will alone that has caused this entire mess, and he's even the reason Al is there in the first place the way he is. Time and again, he eventually pushes, scratches, claws, whatever way he is, he's always being trying to worry about his brother and insist they rest or exercise caution in reaction to someone. He's a very natural, reactionary character, a very likable one. But one of the his because Arikawa has written to be a reactionary character with a set of morals that forces him outside the he actually seems like a sacrifice. For Eric was making it clear the man trapped in a world that reminds him time and again that powerless, but a soft, very gentle, and kind reactionary character. He remains in that role, who's also trapped in a world that forces him to consider his actions, forcing to take the initiative, and it's so damn good. Watch, the plan they make is outstanding. This is a character that doesn't want anyone to get hurt or die on his behalf again, and he is willing to shred his body apart or separate himself from the group for as long as he's needed to, if it means he's contributing to the goal and he needs the capacity to save others. He needs no food, no oxygen, so all he has to do is pretty much wait for the day of reckoning to pass now. It's a genius move on his part, I think, and even if it ultimately doesn't work out in his favor, with Pride using Morse code to contact Kimberly, what? Whatever. The scene still rules, and now we're headed into the big finale, as Team Mustang, aided by Rebecca, Maria Ross, and Havoc, all make their presence known in their own small ways. I'm thrilled that the moral of this story is not to let your darker nature overshadow the good that you can offer the world. It's of course already been pointed out in this story that in every human being there's the 7 deadly sins, of course, that we all fall prey to under the right and wrong circumstances. And I love that throughout this story there's been a consistent effort to not shy away from each individual exhibiting their own unique blend of either utilizing their sin for good or avoiding the darkness that they might flirt with entirely. We've seen greed used as a synonym for hope in many cases. We later watch as the pride of an entire civilization can be the source of unity in Hohenheim. And we see in the case of Al, slothfulness can also be seen as a willingness to rest and enjoy the moment free of stress. Alphonse has tried to help his brother unwind when he can, and it's wonderful to see. On the other hand, in the case of Havoc, he had every excuse to sit in his bed and just feel sorry for himself. To do so would be slothfulness taking over his life in a counterproductive way, and we see him push past that in this scene, helping the war effort, without which they would have just suddenly lost. This is all to say that this is such a stunningly told story, full of detail, nuance, and it's a joy to read. This is Alphonse's defining character moment, or at least the most demanding one he's ever encountered. In the past, I've spoken about how this story has presented Edward and Winry with circumstances that allowed them to make a character-defining choice. A choice demonstrating who exactly they are when under extreme pressure. The bigger the antagonist and the easier the shortcut, the better. For Winry, it was deciding not to retaliate against Scar in a violent manner, but to be true to her own human nature. And for Ed, it was choosing not to take an easy but morally bankrupt road, achieving everything he's ever wanted. And in a completely different fashion to that which Ed found himself in, one of Kimberly's former henchmen, Heinkel, Lion Man, offers Alphonse stone, not to manipulate it, but to instead simply survive. Instead of looking at this as a compromise, the Philosopher's Stone is presented as a potential source for food. It's explained that these people trapped inside were unfairly sacrificed, and now, as Heinkel says, there's a chance to fight the same force that once took everything away from them through Alphonse, justice. And against all odds, in this desperate situation, Al moves forward and uses the power of the stone for the first and the very last time, resulting in one of the most astonishing fight sequences in this story, regardless of whether it's the manga or the anime. And while this courage and determination Alphonse demonstrates here will result in another reckless decision during the climax of this story in chapter 107, it also shows that this enormous power in the right hands can be used to protect and to heal. And that is exactly how Kimberly, the one who offered Ed that same Philosopher's Stone with evil intentions, is taken out by none other than his former subordinate, Heinkel, now healed thanks to the power of that very stone. And as we continue reading, Mustang's forces, aid in the support of the Armstrong agenda, and Hohenheim, Scar, Edward, and Lanfan all rush in to confront Daddy, until a tiny, small wrench gets thrown. So yeah, look, these guys are all sorts of scary and unsettling, particularly when you consider their moans to pleas for help from an entire group of people, young and old. So yeah, it's the stuff of nightmares. However, the implications are both better and much worse than we might consider on their release story. There's a considerable amount of friendly fires here with these little foot soldiers eating up the higher-ups. But most importantly, concerning our main character, Edward, and his co-star, Scar, and their casters of these undead dolls. But narratively, to tell you the truth, these dolls are really just here to keep our heroes busy, waiting until they're ready to join what is possibly the best scene of conflict in the entire tale. It's easily one of the most cathartic fights I've ever in this story, and honestly, it might be the best part of it. And that might be contentious, but hear me out here. I can appreciate that you're pretty heart-wrenching and truly inspiring moments that are to come. Many have their own impressions that count as the best, but I choose this because it honestly remember the last folks luring me in as a reader and the same lesson as the central character so effectively and succinctly. I'm of course talking about Mustang, a slightly free re-energized. I want to start off by addressing what I think is the weakest part of this entire encounter, and that's the naivety and gullibility this scene hinges on from May. It's not like it doesn't make sense that it just always feels less clean of a narrative pull when we rely on a character's incompetence. Even if they are a child and it does make sense, but if we excuse my disdain for the vertically challenged for just a moment, I want to closely examine what it is about this scene that I think is so damn effective. Once Envy eats all the wood-ups in the surrounding area and Mustang regroups by making the save on Edward and Scar, we finally get this confession once Envy is cornered. So much of what makes this scene work is rooted in character, concerning Mustang and his love for his friend, yes, but additionally our personal bond as readers to both Mustang and indeed the late Hughes, and it relies on our contempt for Envy. So this character Mustang's face its position, it's like a rock square, Mustang pursues Envy, like those fires. Envy tries to confuse Hawkeye, fails. Tries to prey on Mustang's emotions, fails. I cannot express just how cathartic this felt for me as a reader, for Envy to finally get what they deserve. Now, I'm about to make comparisons to other popular I do it's better than the other, or that Full Metal Alchemist objective What we want to do is establish a trend or expectation set up by prior shown stories. Because takes part in it's every sense of the word. The hero does not want to kill, but to instead best him. The villain pushes the hero past the point of no return when his best friend is killed before his very eyes. After which, we as an audience thirst for Frieza's blood, just like Goku does. While the confession is the final takeaway from this is that it is that of change. Individuals that ultimately make their own defeat through the choices they've made. And Dragon Ball is filled with these types of cathartic outbursts by a hero who can wipe out Dragon Naruto has this, Poké-Crest has this, Phoenix has this, and part of it you can see each and every human being an expectation our college decided to subvert at the last possible moment. Like many watching this scene, while I was reading through this, I was thinking, yes, 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 destroy that envious bastard. In my mind, I'm thinking they deserve it. They are evil, they fall so wrong. They kill the character all intents and purposes, Mustang in this scene is exactly my revenge unto this character for me. And that's Arakawa, in my opinion, Of reality and
In the embrace of mesmerism.
Edward doesn't want to lose his friend or rival to this darkness, and alongside Scar warns him that there's a line he's about to cross that he'll never be able to come back from. This is a wonderful subversion of traditional short stories play out, and I think that it's dedicated to pain and pain save this country and the people inside of it. They are and they say that as they and watching as his dutiful and resolute subordinate Hawkeye being the main player in lifting Mustang back from the brink, it's a wonderful contrast to the state she herself was in before getting also absurdly is a great Hawkeye, but even Scar, who thinks to himself and alerts the group to this mistake. Now, all of these characters have been speaking of beats with Danny in a big long talk about ethics and other words I don't quite know how to define. Shh, my sweet. It is not yet time to talk about Hopo or his daddy scene. Oh, okay, that's pretty big. What's that? It's Alex yeah? What's the girl's name? And they are facing none other than the one of the homunculus action. Cells. Pretty much the two selection of big characters. They're really overpronounced that right. With Olivia Eyre gets her strategy. I don't know what else to think. Going this way, that's the price. I'm going to make it go smart A and B. Yes, that's true. I'm going to get that into the unfinished flip side, I always found Sloth to be kind of hilarious. Like, he might have the funniest death in the entire series, like, oh no, I can't go on, it's too much effort. That kind of thing. I'm say that again as this girl.
Wait, what? I'm here.
In hindsight, I think wrong. It means that most of what is now out of the picture, it seems that most of are all successful fundraising. If I know anything, I don't think. But this is telling of the hope necessary for us to feel as readers in. As readers, it all be born away suddenly. And in the process, I'm sure Aaron Carroll has revealed just how powerful and in control the villain is before the previous. I know this is not based on convention, but I am still only so excited to experience this regardless. Magic of great storytelling. Come on, take my money. Take all my money. No, not this. No, not this. You this is not the face that we're seeing now. So, little did I know, what little did I know that this was the setup to get back to the best writer in the street market. And just like I predicted, Robert before reading it, it didn't take all the advances and successes of the books that it came in his absence and his abuse out of his soul. It only expressed the tank on its own, the comfortable character, and it fires steadily to survive. And on top of that, in a single line crash, Brigadier just gets defeated. They can big old performance requests. Well, okay, look. I've been kidding around, but it's time to get serious because, unironically, I'm going through this fight scene. And why? Because my boy, or should I say, boy is here, and playing doing their thing. I've said it before, I'm looking for a great acting girl, and he is. So, nothing does that. I there's a chip. It's good. Now, there's something that I can just move in the exercise of interest in one. Yeah, just three shows. This fight for me peaks at one moment for, should I say, avalanche story beats that cluttered. And it all starts with who takes a death blow from Wrath. Like, it's getting super serious now. One of the main side characters is now definitely not going to make it, and in response to this, Reed actually loses control of the body that he's possessing, and Lee erupts back. And once again, there's the last encounter with Wrath throughout the performance looking at someone. But again, unlike Bradley, he's someone that's never going to turn his back on people. And that plan, the unthinkable. And really, it shouldn't have been unthinkable. I shouldn't have seen it coming. This is just one of those stories that gets me swept away. That's really rare. For a story to get me completely the analytical reflecting our scene is a testament to how well constructed the truth is. But I digress. Who constantly blame 3 months free to prevent the control? Who leave within the heart of its protective place? He reveals dynamite hidden beneath the garb that he's wearing in charter of France. I tell you what, can we talk about how great a scene that is? Alright, so things are going down. Daddy has tried to float the once that Hawkeye scar all arrive at its first creation. Its first place is here 3D opera. All the pieces are in set. The final confrontation will end all confrontation. While I will be covering that in just a moment, I want to, before we move on, give a chance to the people who helped make this story so effective. It's my side of the production, the people behind the Full Metal Alchemist 2003. The anime adaptation. In part 1 of this review series, I spent time introducing the upper echelon of both the Full Metal Alchemist fans, reflecting on the sheer number of high-quality outsourced studios involved along the background in the modest method innovation in the series. But of course, that makes them famous. In 2003, they released the second concept for it in the name of the it makes that it shows something instant they can know. It is, of course, Poké-Crest. In my mod cycle 100, I should have said whether you know it by name or not, you don't have to see it. Just like right here on gaming, the first bit of funny, the opposite. Thoughts are in, but we're in fact good. Those catchphrases and cute are so iconic and so popular these days. It's done for 3 several customers and he actually doing the production late for very 6 years. Apparently he was busy with animating his brain, and while his work there was solid, there's nothing compared to what he was about to produce for Full Metal Alchemist. While these days his work is bombastic and defined by larger-than-life set pieces, his approach back then was much more frank, with an emphasis on intense choreography before anything else. One thing that's is seen in it really demonstrates Nakamura's impressive understanding of weighty motion and visceral animation. It vividly extends across the multitude of pivotal scenes this man produced for the series, but it's not just exclusive to action. This man is capable of drawing the most horrifying sequences of morphing entities or fully realized dynamic environments. He's an animator with such a multifaceted skill set that it's honestly no surprise to see why he's become such a pillar of the industry after 20 years of refining these skills year by year. Perhaps one of his more interesting feats on this series comes from the show's fourth opening that he directed, Boarded and Super. While it features a whole host of different animators, the chorus in particular really demonstrates his touch so well. The way the camera dances from character to character is just so fucking good. But of course, Nakamura can't animate every action scene, and thankfully the show wasn't strapped for another star. Norimitsu Suzuki, another terrific animator that, although may not be quite on Nakamura's level at this stage in his career, has since gone on to produce some absolutely ludicrous scenes also. How do you even begin to animate backgrounds in vehicles like that? It's out of this world. But that's not to say that Suzuki wasn't producing some great scenes for this show also. He very much was, but with a very different emphasis than Nakamura's action. Suzuki is a great character animator, by which I mean he's incredible at drawing delicate movements, really bringing to life scenes that aren't action necessarily. And this is no truer than in every ending animation this series has. Yeah, you heard me right. Suzuki solo animated every single ending animation 2003 series has, and they are so damn good. They really showcase that actually he can do action super well, even if that's not where his emphasis was in the episodes themselves all the time. But I mean, he helped Nakamura during the Breed fight and kicked ass with Ed for a multi-form injury. So he wasn't a
Great warrior, dear friend, grant me this one wish. Take this finger, my finger. Scale the jagged peak. Face veil the dread. And when you do, summon me. Summon my ends and no more. My heart is twice over for the Drake warrior, and my soul yet lies. Proud Drake of the scale, summon me.
I remember that name well. The broken Drake warrior, driven by bottomless hunger and fiery ambition. Precisely what the Dragon Lord envisaged for men who partake in dragon communion. The mad hunger and fierceness of spirit that only flows from those young and short of sight. He rather reminds me of Faye. Such thoughts. I remember the broken, precise for men who part the mad. He rather reminds me of such. In a time long, the foul-driven sinister.
It's hilarious. Exactly totally locked into just endings either. This isn't to say the 2003 anime was carried by only two people either, by the way. There are absolutely other great scenes from all anime dust throughout, but Suzuki and Nakamura's work are definitely the two I think most fans consciously or otherwise think of when it comes to the series. The show really is a tremendous landmark of its time, so it's great to think that Brotherhood then came along and totally eclipsed its production quality with one of the best looking anime of all time. The 2003's anime had Yukaka Nakamura looking at Fujiki Jikon, an iconic figure whose work is inseparable with the heights of his series. Kamina is certainly no stranger to those of you who watch the wrong site. Kamina puts the character design of there, he often series to his trademark style. It's an approach that can be found in its incredible punchman animation too, but its versatile usage that makes it so defining is all down to Full Metal Alchemist. It's really no exaggeration to say you could do a 20-minute video with Kamina's Full Metal Alchemist workflow. It is genuinely breathtaking in every sense. Green versus Bradley in the power of snappy like crazy layouts. I mean, look at the way he draws Reed's pump at the start of this life in some sort of crazed back picture. Or the way he flourishes Bradley's face and forces or even the last cut where he just throws away visually painted backgrounds and animates the entire room itself. Like, what a madman! And that's just one scene! Mustang absolutely works in the ever-living craft of an anime has got to be one of the most iconic scenes in anime history. Kamina just lets him loose with the most insane firing hits. Top off with his now iconic brushstrokes, wrenching scene with unparalleled energy. I mean, he really just never stops firing with all cylinders across the entire production. Bradley versus Gary in those scenes of pure madness. It's all just so dynamic, and when you look at Arikawa's panels for Mustang vs. Love, it really just feels like they were drawn with the express purpose of Kamina bringing to life. For other than the perfectness, Kamina is Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, and you can almost guarantee that all of your favorite moments led to episode content all if you see inky brushstrokes, it is more than likely his. But, as we know, shows aren't really made by one person alone, and Brotherhood most definitely has another huge player in its lineup. Hironori Panic has contributions to the series are beyond comprehension. It's part of the industry across the years of 2008 and 2009 that got to be the highest workload ratio ever seen for an animator. And Brotherhood knows that this man is constantly putting out 40-minute long sequences of stirring quality. When you consider most animators are putting out 10 to 20-second long scenes per episode, this man is producing upwards of 3 minutes worth of non-stop, all by himself. It kind of speaks just how insane this guy is. His work is defined by a few aspects. Most critically, it's the effect in flight. There's something about it that just feels so effortless in spite of its insane effects. He also likes to come puzzle, means that every frame in each second is a unique draw, which leads to a level of fluidity rare defect anime. He's a real multi-talented animator who not only excels in human action, but quality random stuff. Like, look at this and this scene, and then the kid running across the screen. It's all animated so well, and he just is like, he can learn this in school. He can just do this. This is the kind of animator Tanaka is. He gives it all, no matter what. And his presence on this series alongside Kamina is a really key factor in this movie. His last week has to be right again. Two. Timo, a young web animator producer, LMC with Flame. There was also Takaki Kojima, many would know from movies these days, who probably for a short. Heck, there's Kinosuke, a legendary mecha animator and big Dragon Ball fan, top up for another amazing fight. It really cannot be overstated just how stacked Brotherhood's production was. Even if you put aside the sheer quality of its storytelling, its music, and its direction, just the quality of its animation from would have significantly top of all of the best animations. Full Metal Alchemist, however, adaptation for its latest take are some of anime's finest productions, and what I think it was that the manga I enjoyed so much less with two impressive feats. And it's really no wonder you guys have been yelling at each other about which one's best for over a decade. They're both so good.
Metal Alchemist.
Remember when I said that I knew things were going too well and that things were like bad again real quick? Well, I didn't realize just how quickly it happened. First of all, it was like, we got doctor. Oh, then he sent them away to try and take them. Then they appeared for the Danny. And oh my God, it is fine. I didn't point out at this juncture why I think this story becomes ultimately as successful as it does. Sticking a landing for a story, no matter its length, is a difficult task. It just so happens that the longer the yarn is spun, or in this case, the more complicated it complete what the principle being the end. Is experiencing that right now. The TV show suffered immensely as a direct result. The first 5 or so seasons of the TV show were directly based off of the original works George had up until then written 5 books. And upon the release of the first season of Game of Thrones, he had written However, that book has been a work in progress for almost, if you not, 12 years. This is, of course, but it seems to me that to expand his world further into books that have been released beyond what had originally initially been planned. And this approach is still fine, or at least it is in theory. You see, the trouble arises when you establish one is plotted, and you inevitably need a portrait waiting for them to return and meet a resolution. Oftentimes, we get these simple. He finished the 6 or 7 books in writing fashion, but I'm not going to hold up much talk about it. My point is less about the specific writing book itself and more the nature of the story that becomes certainly the textbook anime you will come across are usually separated into arcs, constructed in stories with adequate set of payoff characters and themes. Even a small story like that is immensely difficult. But what Full Metal Alchemist shoots for is much higher than that. It is a single continuous story that shows it doesn't actually walk in the air all and with each passing volume I finished, as I progressed through this series, I wondered more and more how she could possibly stick the landing on such a lofty affair. But the fact remains, she did. Arikawa manages to not lose sight of her finish line the whole way through, and make sure to deliver those as possible. But maybe what's most remarkable is that while there is a lot of thought into this series regarding the scene structure, dialogue, and characters, I cannot say if this story does anything in its ending that is replicating simply because she already knows she's almost over its fans at this point. There's no need to re-engineer the wheel or do something pretentious or subversive at this point in time. She knows that sometimes sacrifice, lessons being learned, and closure is a great ending in and of itself. And this story deserves against his move to agree to sacrifice was a cool idea, even if a rather simple concept, demonstrating how much they themselves think even now, if the story has the chance to get his body with it, but upon realizing he'd be more useful to his brother and friends as he currently is, he has to pass off this once a complete-year journey of choosing. It also feels that in mind-blowing because Arikawa on she never got confused and was able to make me very much. Find yourself being very embarrassed. You need to witness all you've left to read. Like, this feels like the last scene. But before I give all my focus to the fucking fight, I want to almost at home, I'm revealing the bargaining plan is an arm allowing him to reconstruct in addition to deconstruct. It's also important to never learn his name. In the end, it really didn't matter because with Fran, Arakawa added a really cute piece of foreshadowing. If you read this page, see if it's not Fran, it's acknowledging the fact that it's not God, it's the hand of man that they will be wary of. And we put back to right now, in this scene, have the much as why I love this, it's far from my favorite part. This small detail of the story is so much less without it. It's obvious that what Mustang did by denying Pride and the Doctor's wishes to open the portal and bring Hawkeye back was a good, morally sound decision, but what's more is, it seems that because Pride and forced Mustang to open the portal, he, in addition to Mustang losing his eyesight, had something taken from him too. So that choice Mustang made still has helped the hero's side despite their current circumstances. It's a lovely metaphor for life that while doing the right thing might not benefit you initially or directly, there's a net positive outcome that otherwise wouldn't have been there had you taken the other huge route. And on the back of that, I just love how Hayward applies logic to deduce that Pride plus 2 is needed because. And in my mind I was thinking, I wonder if Pride is going to be generous. That's what it makes sense. What that to be you like that. Reed is the best character of the series, and I don't want to hear anything about how cool Mustang is, or how noble and funny Edward is, or how endearing Al is. Reed is the only acceptable answer here. Even though this was a trap ultimately set up by his creator to get him out of the way and to aid his plan, it's perhaps the last meaningful contribution he's going to make to the story. For this might be my favorite part of the big finish. I alluded earlier to the fact that Greed doesn't talk down from subordinates and in fact shows them more respect than even the hero of this story does. And as the fight progresses, we see more and more just what sorts of wants he's been denying himself, trying to fill what he believed was a bottomless void of greed, only to discover something far more conventional before he needs to deny it. But enough blabbering, I'll get to that later. It's time. After 100 chapters of mystery and build-up, we finally arrive at the true plan of the homunculi and that it's not just a countrywide philosopher's stone, but harnessing that power to trap God itself inside Daddy's body. And bang! This entire sequence really delivers big on that whole bad things are coming soon business I alluded to earlier. 100 chapters of adventure, charging with pain and triumph, all in the service of stopping whatever this the bottom. Then they fail. Daddy's inner working of the month. But how tell that's the defeated the process. And what follows is period of the third chapter of watching it on and as an entire country is embraced resistance. Throughout this entire story, Arakawa has done incredible work in playing with the concept of information. In literature, the idea of the reader knowing what the characters is very common. It's called irony and it's often used to effect, even within full level. But what Arakawa manages to make things out so very awful, well, it's actually opposite. It means it's present. Or that the reader is unexpected, and it's like it's more than point that on its outright point of the reader's knowledge of the event taking place, making them feel completely lost and, in this moment, helpless. This sort of literary concept was viewed by Arakawa from the get-go, too, even as far back as the initial events of Dr. Marco being handled by love. Time and time again, it has been thrust to capture the world that, at the time, we are not informed of in the slightest. And the revelation of these events are left to forces of time and hindsight. One sequence of events regarding Daddy's birth and is a large combination of these approaches in this story. However, this process was chapter foreshadowing dramatic irony all unfolding in once. Suddenly, so much of it makes sense. The illustrious transmutation circle, the importance of Al-Man is by the gathering of the human sacrifice, and all on the singular, unseen objective of absorbing. Now, what makes this revelation approach double effective and smart for me is that it helps to place us in the shoes of the characters. It is a fantastic use of the characters of the head, but not just being you, what they know, feel, we understand this world and it's of this world as they see it. They also are action, other parts of this story. So it's a terrific I think that every revelation as effective to us as it is to be able to look at themselves. As I read and talked about the things that's happening before me, it's one major piece of foreshadowing the levels of the play. One element of this giant chess game that had gone yet counting for. The latter has been extremely from the history of the character, but surge of relevance as it is revealed that Bobo himself been assembling a contingency for this all along. A contingency that Daddy did not plan for at all. I find it really interesting that the resolution to this doomsday plan comes not only in all previous foreshadowing, but chiefly as a medium ideological positive solution to this giant power struggle. In the form of who is the strongest, or even the man who is strong. It's a fundamental deconstruction of the homunculus plan at its core, that maintaining the sanctity and order of life is far easier to predict. But Daddy was so very sure 50 billion souls in his theoretical battery suffice against almost as a billion. But none of that matters, because as Bobo reveals, both Daddy and simultaneously also the readers, the soul and the body are intimately connected. That soul is considerably different than real life. And in hindsight, we've seen this at play so many times. Very the proper of the body, the air, even Alan being trying to keep his body together. The two entities belong together and the shadow of the solar eclipse that we could bring 15 billion fragments fighting back together. Man, what an incredible payoff! This really direction the entirety of the company just one big little alchemist chaos compilation, but this story he doesn't manage to resolve its thread that stands for. And along that very vein, we finally get to see the true result of I have been, like many of the other reveals that we've been in these film chapters, Asian sort of reveals so obvious. I think about it, not just the thing I think what you resolve in a way, and that's how do you think of the eyes of not Daddy is the very obvious. How do you get in the body? Limited power feels like a frantic rush of complicated. Everyone's giving it their all to bring Daddy to the peaks. Even Reed, who, hey, he calls him Daddy too. What did I tell you? It's just the best game. This one was to be a game of finish like you got Daddy remains to the surface to try to fire switched on in setting up a small nuke power just to make a point. The army shooting its entire firepower at Daddy just pulled it. Second, Ronald McDonald's Mustang showing up with the whole night as his big icon. Reed turning Daddy into the his philosopher's stone, and we're having this. There is just so much that happens in this final sprint that it's impossible to cover in full detail without talking for at least 3 more hours. And I'm not going to But one thing I can say for starting is that his energy and desperation to see what's shining from her completely clear as a viewer and as we can able to see and be wondering further events like and then because I could see in this day that Edward had permanently lost use of both things. And I know that Alistar is talking about using people in exchange to sacrifice themselves for Ed's honor. I know that Arakawa is capable of through this entire final fight has at least been arguing about sacrificing the target in order to meet their end. What is lost, what is gained as a result. Bradley is taken down the costume of the characters. Mustang loses his eyes, rendering his incredible power almost entirely useless. And as I read Al's words, I knew in my heart that his sacrifice for this cause would be seen to fruition. And while it indeed did, it certainly wasn't in vain. And now with two arms and a deep rage at the seeming loss of his brother, absolutely tears Daddy apart. After several dozen characters helped pull their weight in weakening him, Ed is finally able to pick himself up and take this man apart. And it is so cathartic to read through. We even get an amazing callback to the very first chapter of the story, as Ed once again declares, "Get up, you third-rate fraud. I'll show you there's no comparison between us." Even still, the sacrifices for this battle are not over. As Daddy finally begins to pop, he lunges for Greed in a final attempt to sustain his power. And over the course of the next few pages, a genuinely heart-wrenching conversation takes place between Greed and Lynn, one in which Greed is finally able to come to terms with what it is he sought the most from in life. Not wealth, not power, not even God himself, but friends. He abandons Lynn, or in reality saves him, and publicly sacrifices himself inside Daddy to further weaken him for the sake of his friends. And I will say it one last time, I love Greed. It is so crazy to me that this seemingly unknown enemy we encountered briefly near the beginning of this story has managed to establish such a strong place in Cardinal's views. And the funny thing is, looking back, it's not even really that Greed has changed all that much. This isn't a Zuko or Vegeta type situation where the bad guy simply learns the terrible ways and transforms to a life of peace for orphanages. I mean, the Greed we get in the full volume is really not all that different to the Greed we initially met. If anything, it's more us as viewers that have changed. We were given time to be with this person, become acquainted with their character traits and flaws, their own personal struggles, and watch as they slowly accepted who they were at their core. And with that final act of rebellion, he leaves us with his nearly final words of okay, do this to me. All that's left is a brittle husk of a dwarf with a newly installed hole in his whole chest. But as Daddy dissipates away, being sucked back into the kingdom of God where it changes, it is not Alan and begs to use the philosopher. He even turns down Bobo's offer to be the tool to get Al back. So what solution does Ed come with in the end? Well, his portal of truth, his ability to perform alchemy altogether. And that one might be the hardest possible problem. Second, it is the nature of these kinds of stories, the nature of Shonen itself, to grow attached to not just the characters, but to their progression of power. We really bond to their progress and strength, just as we watch as these characters struggle to train, overcome challenges, achieve triumphs, and sacrifice themselves in service of that progress. So to see all of that evaporate away in a single moment, well, it might be hard to swallow that Ed dying himself. But similar to Greed at his end, Ed doesn't seem particularly upset. Despite everything he's been, it becomes clear that Ed's incredible alchemy skills were never just in. Ed's ability to make his friend as he marched towards his goal of bringing Al back. And that's it. That's the climax of this entire long wonder. All that remains is some falling action and resolution about the sacrifice that the characters made in this final battle. Mustang accepts the help of the Philosopher's Stone in order to regain his eyesight and help clean the land. Scar is healed and accepts his place in this new world. We even finally get the touching scene of Winfrey crying tears of joy as she sees Ed and Al holding him. and a single character is left resolved and satisfied. But in truth, the main point of this following action that left the largest impact on me likely the simple and incredible page turn this entire manga, with Ed on the roof of a house, complaining about how he wouldn't even need to climb up there to fix the roof if he still had alchemy. We turned the page to reveal the absolutely breathtaking and rare two-page landscape shot in front of him. And Ed saying to himself, I guess hard work isn't always such a bad thing. I teared up when I read that. It's such a succinct and wonderfully fantastic metaphor for the themes and motifs at the heart of this entire story. This adventure went on all 108 chapters long, each one served not even moment of the character's friends. Every friend they made, hardship they endured, obstacle they overcame, they all served a purpose in helping progress the world in a better direction. And they sure as hell weren't all easy, but that didn't stop Ed or Adam. The message of the story is, shouldn't stop any of us. This has been a story I've wanted for years. And like I said at the beginning, sitting patiently waiting to be read all this time. After all these years, after reading hundreds of volumes of manga both in my leisure and on this channel, it's becoming difficult to ignore a certain level of pressure and responsibility that comes with covering a story like this, that touches the hearts and minds of literally millions of people across the world. And for those people, those strengths of this story, I never want to leave those people down. And in response to that pressure, my natural instinct is to throw myself more into it. And with this, I absolutely did that across 4 different videos, almost 3 hours worth of material, but something I can't try to do as best we can for our heart and souls into this review for all of you out there to enjoy. It almost feels appropriate to call this an exchange. What you get out of this is exactly what we put in, but I'm also going to deal with the rather like if I had to. I think to myself, maybe if I tirelessly work, that's a feeling I try to ignore in the back of my head during a single video I've ever written. Sometimes I succeed and make something awesome, and sometimes I don't. And, I have to go with those punches too. And while I still felt that same pressure during this review series, when I turned that page to Ed catching that roof, I surprised myself with my reaction to it. I teared up. I literally teared up. Never has a manga delivered for me something I never knew I needed like that. And it's not like I shouldn't have seen this coming. This story is, after all, about perspective at the end of the day. 3 hours of time I've dedicated to dissecting and expressing my thoughts on your favorite story in this, and it's difficult. And was this wonderful to me? So, to close things off with this video, I'll leave you with this. It's hard work giving this series, but I guess hard work is such a bad thing. Thanks for watching. Over the last year, I've documented my experience reading for the very first time the incredible story of the magnum opus of one late great Kentaro Miura, tragically passed away in 2020. To kick off this massive video, for those of you that want to read it but would also like to know my spoiler-free thoughts on it first, my woodline review of my experience with this story is as follows. This is quite literally a story that has changed my outlook on life for the better. And before I spend what will no doubt be a godly amount of time sharing with you my discovery of that fact, I'd first like to do something a little different for those of you that do not wish to read this story or are on the fence. And so, for the next couple of minutes, I will try to convince you why this is a life-changing story worthy of your time. Why you should read Berserk. Shonen is the most popular genre of manga in Japan, and as a result has spawned some of the most popular releases and indeed anime to hit the rest of the world. Many of which I've praised and covered on this very channel. Stories that tell a triumphant journey focusing on perseverance, friendship, and a general coming of age. Messages and themes that are important for a younger audience to learn. Stories that Hollywood and the West love to make films about, where a young hero in mind or in body grows from experience and becomes. And incredible. This is not the story of Berserk. There's more to life than just the first 20 years of life. And due to that fact, Berserk asks questions like, what happens when you have trauma? Can you ever truly heal? What happens when your happily ever after never comes? What happens if you find yourself having grown up and you can't remember or understand what? You feel like there's something wrong. The moment we can't remember, but who we know is there because even in our earliest memories, we walk through life to live. Berserk is a story that helped me realize what's important. It helped me realize being selfish, and it helped me become, I think, a better person. The same way Dragon Ball helped me to learn life lessons as a child, Berserk helped to illuminate what it is an adult should learn on their journey to showing us the horrors of human nature as well as its beauty. Kentaro Miura, alongside the main character, and where love and life can thrive despite adversity. This is a game that pushes the boundaries, sets the new standard, and gives the most compelling character writing I've seen commit to the pages of any novel. I've been saying that something keep in mind is that it's not a shonen. It's a seinen. It's meant for adults. If you're someone that struggles with excessive violence, assaulting females and males alike, as well as depictions of the horrific Victorian monsters far beyond your time to finally share with you all. Berserk.
この世界に音楽の超越的な絵自らの意志さえ自由にはできない。
Like the 5 main arcs of this. These 5 arcs are the Black Swordsman arc, the Age arc, the Fiction arc, the Falcon of the Millennium Empire arc. Finally, the Meditation arc, or Kentaro Miura last my immediate impressions, my review of different choices, and of course, my deconstruction of the story and predictions for the future. In hindsight, I got something right and a bit totally wrong, so enjoy that. Oh, also, for those of you that have seen some of these review portions already, I should let you know that my editors have added bring this to life. Throughout this journey, that moment were figured out what the story was going to be, and of course, the fighting baby. I'm thinking it was very scary. This is 10 months worth of work. I hope you With that said, it's time to get started in the first page of this review. In storytelling, I find few aspects to be more irritating or offensive than when a story is. But let me tell you, Berserk is not boring. And while I've never been an individual to be put over by a big man swings big sword to it, swinging that sword pretty good. Like I said at the beginning, I had literally 0 expectations going into this, but damn, this story from the opening pages right totally violence and bragging. Now, it's within this argument and establishing one in many respects. It flashes from setting to setting and comes because this arc's main objective is to teach us about one character about others. Well, that's not to say that this arc doesn't have some stunning visuals, only in narrative. Something like this leather-bound behemoth of a volume with 2 hands, by the way, because it's a big and heavy boy. The first page and bam! this is what I see. Now, I know we're collecting this class to grab our reader's attention in the opening paragraph or as soon as we can, but jeez, I don't think that this is what Mr. Troy was talking about when he said that, and it's not at all how I thought I'd be spending my Saturday, but the opening chapter primarily concerns itself with establishing the main character of God's and a smaller play character who play a massive dynamic, which players very overseeing as the spin God's the primary defender being him clutching some light card in his fist. Now, that actually hasn't happened yet in my reading through what I'm able to try to giving it this source facilities of time. In saying that, the first few chapters did a fantastic job in some games, which, given that this material the 80s gave me tremendous hope for the future of this series. Normally, with more middle-of-the-road serializations from this era, the age of the product is felt. However, a number of properties managed to achieve that timeless feel with their focus and dedication to character and world building. Thankfully, Berserk does just that. Berserk feels like it could have been written this year in many ways, helped in part by its dedication to the medieval dark fantasy aesthetic, coloring the encounters and choices made by characters, the weaponry, the armor, or even the transportation used. Need to get to the next town faster? Well, you gotta hit your ride with some randomer on the back of a horse and cart, all Hateful Eight style. But the crowning jewel of the story for me has to be how it infused different individuals with their respective characteristics. In other words, I love this story's characterization. Guts is a character that from the moment I saw him filled me with dread. I had the worst feeling in the back of my mind that he would just be another mindless, personality-less, muscle-bound meathead for us the audience to settle into. But he's not. In fact, I thought the angle viewer approached the character with felt with the time and retroactively worked for my sensibilities today. He very much feels like the stoic action hero appropriate to the time period, but there's a little more on the surface to keep me interested. A tragic backstory with drip-fed over the course of the narrative that I'm sure we'll see more of as time passes by, but what helped me latch onto him the most was those actions do not match what he says. Just listening to him, you'd swear he thinks it's harmless man alive, but in reality, it's probably harvested more cards from the corpses of his victims than I'm kidding. Jokes aside, what he said from Polyamorous colored my impression of the story, which I think is great. In the moment, him as he wanders into a seemingly burnt town, with the hostility he's met with and ultimately the love he's quite devil. It's almost like he's trying to convince himself that he is a certain way. Both his thinking to achieve his goal, which we still don't know yet at this point. And numerous times in the story early on, he openly disparages and denigrates those in society that are weak as both pathetic and not life, let alone considering what publicly don't make people those across white chance and because of who he is, not just being prepared despite the circumstances, but yet of something he is. He gets involved in the connection with, and it's not really want to address it. There are lots of characters like that. Vegeta is very much is that character right now in the Dragon Ball Super. We much more lighthearted degree when I had something that doesn't want to show side, but ultimately, when the chips are down, he doesn't do everything. That's not Guts. Every time Guts might do something accidentally or righteous, he shows visible frustration with himself, as if he's trying to suppress who he truly is instead of accepting. At this point, we're not really sure why he does this. This makes him not only an interesting anti-hero, but also a character that is defined by his actions and by what he says, with each of exposition showing and telling working in opposition to one another, forming a narrative puzzle of sorts that pulls double duty, creating a sense of depth and conflict within the character naturally, while also hinting towards a starring history or backstory for Guts as the protagonist, leaving us as an audience wonder, why the charade? Why the conflict of action and mindset? And for us to ask that sort of question this early on, to achieve that level of character in the first few chapters, it's nothing short of remarkable. And that's not even to make mention of these strange existential Orwellian dreams he's haunted by, hinting perhaps at a fear he has of what tasks lay before him on his journey. Only time will tell, I guess. Oh, also, this brand or scar in his neck summons evil spirits, so not ideal. Could it be connected to the nightmares? Well, I mean, I've read all of the arc, so yeah, it sure seems to be the case, and either way, it makes for some really cool-looking imagery. And while I'm on the topic of imagery, man, this manga looks good. Like, they made the move! I'm very impressed not just with the anatomy, layouts, or use of shadows, but the restraint he employs to draw attention to certain aspects and to not clutter his pages also. For instance, right after Puck's will they, won't they budding romance with God starts, the two of them hitch a ride through the dark monster-ridden forest with an old man and a young girl. This, for me, was where the manga really caught my attention in the best of ways. It's important in this moment for us to see the dead rising from the depths of the forest as if spewing out from a fog, and Miura's use of white space helps to achieve that nicely. Also, I'm a big fan of some extra points for that. And once again, he do be swinging that big sword pretty big. Clearly, this was drawn by a mangaka that involved the attention to detail, the generous page space dedicated to the initial strike, with ample time given to the follow-through on the following pages. Every single time is as it should. It's a long shot. It looks like so, let's break down the idiotic choice of a bit. Oh, I'm not even won't be kidding when I say that the movie came pretty cool or something, and I think that quickly finally it lingers long enough either to get boring or overstay its look. In fact, this film is trying his best to express what these scenes needed in as efficient a way as possible. Take, for example, this scene with the little girl. First, we see that Guts is busy with the... Second, we see Puck notice something in the carriage. Third, we see the disembodied head of the driver. Fourth, we see Guts and Puck react. Guts' reaction reinforcing his good tough guy persona, hesitating, not wanting to hurt the little girl, and, in the process, get stabbed. This is all slowly but effectively building tension to the final shot, where he swings his big sword yet again. Only this time, unlike all of the other instances that preceded this big swing, there's no focus on the gore of the situation. There's no focus on how badass the moment might be. It's looked on from afar as the dramatic and tragic, unfortunate death that it is. One that befell a young, innocent girl. This is the difference between a mangaka that just wants to draw cool stuff and a mangaka that wants to draw cool and again, the focus isn't on the awesome visuals that do eventually come, but instead it's focusing on the struggle and mental state of Guts as he coughs up blood and staggers to his feet before he eventually psychs himself up, pushes his humanity to the side, and bodies into the bottomless swamp of the undead, in what I can only describe as an impossibly exhausting effort. With it being, once again, tremendously impressive for these specific movies. What did you think of how it shot to me? Here's how Mayer decided to present the character. It's not an artist where expressing the it's nice to defend it, like I say. There's some place in facing some. Most action shots in manga place heavy emphasis on this for that reason, but as you can see, Miura drew him without a face in this shot, instead opting to shroud it in shadow. Now, on top of it looking cool, it plays a further role in visually communicating its characterization, making it all the more effective when you realize that the previous masters of this one that we've seen, they set the space and it's has to put a significant part of himself away, removing his humanity both figuratively through what he says and demonstrating visually through the shadow over his face in these illustrations. In other words, he's forcing himself to become a monster to face these monsters, a perfect marriage of the visual and narrative. And as dawn breaks through the darkness of the night, bringing an end to the battle of the material you're only watching and you belong to me. We want your heart. That's me and be free. And now, having this here, I start to see my choice. Freedom now.
Yeah, but first a quick word from our sponsor.
I've mentioned before that this here is good for health.
In the embrace of Mesmer's fate. In the embrace of Mesmer's fate.
Mesmer's flesh.
In the embrace of Messmer's fate.
Use of my
Intriguing. What remains there to be said? Do you presume us allies even now?
What?
The spell is newly broken.
Okay.
I must profess. The spell mattered little. Uphold his covenant, Michaela shall, and in godhood redeem our rueful clan. Then America and vilest Erdtree both will at last be from divinity wrenched. And surely, contented I will be. But first, here resounds the call of vengeance. The impaler, Mesmer, must pay his due. In vengeance for the flames, my blade I wield. How could I allow myself to forget? Revenge alone assures me peace of mind. Think not to hinder me upon my path, lest you too. Think not to hinder me upon my path, lest you too wish to face the wreckage.
Hero!
Time to
How do you feel it? Nicola the Kind's enchantment appears to have broken. But while my devotion to kindly Nicola remains unchanged, by my troth I am not so sure about the others. No, wait. Perhaps this is a blessing in disguise. I can wield my sword to call the undeserving, those unfit to bask in tender Nicola's presence. I should have thought of this earlier. Right. Those of us who don't deserve to be... The horn scent. On one hand, he trusts Nicola the Kind to bring salvation to his people. With the enchantment lifted, his vengeful passions may once again ignite. But surely he'd be mindful of kindly Nicola's promise. On the other hand, the horn scent does present its own dangers. Perhaps your concerns are well founded after all. Allow me some time to mull it over.
It took me long enough. I believe it wisest if he were to point his blade at Sir Mesmer or Queen Marika. Perhaps it would not matter, but vengeance changes, and one day his blade may turn kindly Nicola is, even if it discards every lineage will always. I believe the horn scent suspects what happened in mine. He never placed his fault. You must recognize something. The stench of crust. I will follow the path of revenge on Sir Mesmer. There is only one place in the Black Keep. I will follow the path of revenge on the Black Keep.
I can get some fucking...
I'm afraid I'm bit truly. Should have asked back.
Just close the doors open.
What could they possibly have in mind for Lord Moog's remains? The implications are rather... Well, what's this? Yes, I should have known. Even the truth was itself mere folly. As if using Lord Moog to gain entrance to the land of shadow were not enough, he plans to use his corpse as the vessel of his king consort. He has forsaken Lord Moog's soul. He desires only an empty shell. It begs belief, but I'm afraid Tender Nicola fails to grasp the humiliation implied by this act. One thing is certain. My dear Lord deserved better. Righteous time you have given me, but I can hardly fathom it. I am a warrior, but I curse it all. I could spend the rest of my life. The absolute fault. Freya by the gods. She must be feeling the need to reaffirm her illusions before she heads to war. A true red mage she is. Hardly troubled, but righteous target, please, thanks to you. Yes. Perhaps I shouldn't meddle if this is the only... Perhaps I shouldn't meddle if this is the only way.
I'm afraid I'm a bit truly. I should have asked that. From Sir Ansbach. To me. What on earth could it... Yes. Of course. I see. As the Festival of War concluded, General Radahn's soul an honourable end, but kindly Mikola wishes to revive it, which is fine by me. I know it would pain old Jen, but war has always suited General Radahn best, and certainly far more than any honourable death, endless war to invigorate the soul, as befits General Radahn, the great lion. Thank you. Give my regards. Tell him to face your bow would be fine enough, but to face your blade. Brave one. Brave warrior.
I will follow the moon scent, the hounds of the band of blood. I will follow the hounds of the band of blood. follow the hunt. The Harvey's River the Black. I will follow the Harvey's River the Black.
fellow must surely be. To loose your tongue to a stranger as I, to you presumes allies even now. Though Nicholas' spell is only broken, I must profess, the spell mattered little. Uphold his covenant, Nicholas shall, binding God to retain the whole plan. In America, the nations never praised. This not be from dignity unfetched, and surely protected by the be. First, here is how is the call of vengeance. Yamina, Mesmer must pay his due in vengeance for the flames. My blade I wield. How could I allow myself to forget? Revenge alone assures me peace of mind. Think not to hinder me upon my path, lest you too wish to face the reckoning.
Finally we meet. I am Leda. I missed my chance to speak with you last time. But you two must have been guided here by Mikola the Kind. You must have felt it. Tender Mikula's enchantment has broken. But while my devotion to kindly Mikola remains unchanged, by my troth I am not so sure about the others. No, wait. Perhaps this is a blessing in disguise. I can wield my sword to pull the undeserving, those unfit to bask in Mikola the Kind's presence. I should have thought of this earlier. Right. It's time to begin ferreting out those of us who don't deserve to be at kindly Mikola's side. Hornsent. On one hand, he trusts Mikola the Kind to bring salvation to his people. With the enchantment lifted, his vengeful passions may once again ignite. But surely he'd be mindful of kindly Mikola's promise. On the other hand, Hornsent does present his own dangers. Perhaps your concerns are well founded after all. Allow me some time to mull it over. Oh, there you are. It took me long enough, I know. But I've made my decision. I believe it wisest to eliminate the Hornsent. If he were to point his blade at Sir Mesmer or Queen Marika, perhaps it would not matter. But vengeance changes a man. And one day, his blade may turn towards Mikola the Kind. Kindly Mikola is, after all, the true golden child. Even if he discards every last drop of his being, his lineage will always remain. I believe the Hornsent suspects what I have in mind. He never placed his full trust in me, even under the effect of kindly Mikola's spell. I must recognize something. The scent of the killer that slept within me, the stench of crusted blood. I will follow the Hornsent. To have his revenge on Sir Mesmer, there is only one place he will go. The Black Keep. I will follow the have his revenge the Black Keep.
his bones. Thank you for having us. Do not interfere. This is my revenge. Oh. I will define the border serves the land back this city is dumb. The truth is more kind. The law is yours. Speaking now. Next time, I will fight him. Then, I'll make sure people on this way. They don't really take the day. I will be found. The ball is there. I knew the day was done. The angels were kind. The law was yours. Then, I'll begin. I will make it. You will have to take it from I will be there. Before you are there. It is no longer true. In the end, I needed to come and when all was yours, it
Do not interfere. This is my revenge.
Hey, nigga, say I'm in the room.
In the embrace of Mesmer's flame.